Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? Huh. Good morning. So a little bit of a downturn today. CPI data a little strong. Market's reacting to it a bit. If you guys want, you can check out my whole analysis on it over on the daily DD. Check your DM. I don't see anything from you, man. Anyway, down about 5% in the pre-market. I'm hoping we stabilize. All our other factors outside of market influence look very good. So, but nice dip. Gaff argues that due to CNS, there can never be an FTD squeeze. Therefore, MOASS is never happening. What's your retort? I think that there can be an FTD squeeze, similar to what we saw last January. Um, I think the variance swap positions present significantly more risk, even if we just get a small but relevant pileup of FTDs. I've discussed this with Gaff at length. But yeah, I mean, there's possibilities outside, and he's really not focused on that, right? He's focused on this CNS effect and standard risk protocol for hedge funds. But I do think these variance positions can drive a Volga-Vanis squeeze like we saw before, and with the appropriate setup, I think that we could see a short squeeze occur. Perhaps it's mostly priced in. Some of it is. It's also, we gotta wait till we'll see. VIX should be coming up very nicely here. The market's gonna try to turn around a bit. The VIX is spiking. The market's turning around. This doesn't make any. GME. Some shorts borrowed this morning, primarily from Fidelity, I believe. We saw them. About 50,000 from Fidelity borrowed this morning. Fidelity's borrow rate up. Vanguard bought another 100,000 shares. So they're buying the dip. I think I'm going to buy some more XRT options as well. Bye-bye. Okay, about March 4th too. You. I guess I'll. Oh. If Moon wins here, he finally has a chance to get out of his shitty covered calls. Volga Vana. Inflation is FUD. Negative beta shall rule the day. So saith Lady VWAP. I'm pretty sure, at least in the first couple treatises that I read, that Lady VWAP not super into beta. You know, sorry to disappoint you, Dan Almighty. Thanks to you, your stream title being in Spanish, now literally all of my suggested videos are Spanish videos. Get wrecked. The title was great and shows cultural understanding far beyond what I should be capable of. I've been margin called yesterday. It's because I closed a position and used the funds to open another position and closed it same day. I'm funding my account with 5 times the amount they're asking. Okay. That's odd. So for like what would be a GFE, they're margin calling you? Looks like we're going right back up. Fantastic. Market doesn't give a shit about inflation. Stocks only go boom. Sounds. Okay. Well, never mind. If you glance at Express, I hate it. I don't want to. I know it can do things. And yes, options are moderately cheap on it. I would give it time. Yeah. No. I do know it's in the same basket with GME. It's my problem with focusing on those stocks is like they just don't have the potential that GME does. I guess yes, if you can't afford GME, there's plays to be found there, but I would do your research on the other fundamental aspects because I haven't, and they play a big factor. As a Canadian, we don't speak Mexican. What does the title say? Your time is up? Loosely. They said it's because of the current market situation? Who are you with, Ryan? I would fucking call them and bitch. Awesome, Element 612. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. XRT volatile? Yeah, it is. I read somewhere that stocks aren't worth more. It's just that money is worth less. So stocks need more money value to accurately represent that value. Is that true because of inflation? To an extent. There's also, you know, you have to factor in the inflation damages business models. Short squeeze signal from Ortex on what? On GameStop? That seems odd. I mean, I'm all about it, but it seems odd. We are nicely positioned for a gamma ramp, however. Up 600% on Express or $15. So short volume doesn't represent short volume carried forward, Paris. Much of the short volume accounted for every day is closed by the end of the day. So one of the reasons our overnight borrow rate doesn't go up. Well, there's two reasons it can not go up. One, they return the shares, right? Hold on. Make sure Epic Pen's working here. Whatever shares they borrow in the morning, they then return at night. So the overnight borrow rate, which is what you say, stays neutral. The other reason is there's just not a lot of shares to borrow, which is possible. And they're really just not touching them at all. This is more likely though, a lot of the volume you're seeing. Hi, new guy to the channel here. What is a share? It represents a percentage ownership in a publicly listed company. President Darth Dan. If a bear shits and farts in the woods, but no one is around to smell it, is it bullish? It's, I mean, yeah. I bought 28.2 DTE SPY 443p yesterday before close, sold it open, and threw all the profits into GME. Awesome, dude. Trade station? Huh. Weird. Yeah, I'd call him. XRT 82C is printing today? Probably. XRT is recovering pretty quick. Looks good. Unfortunate slip though. $2 could take a minute. GameStop well on its way back to just fully recovering. My name is a user Montoya. You killed my YouTube stream. Prepare to die. Thank you, a user. Ridiculous. Just a note, a firm report. No, I lost that. Where did it go? Shit. You're right. I'll call them because I don't even use fucking margin. Yeah. You briefly, hey man, I found your channel yesterday in one of the Superstock threads. Can you please briefly explain if there's no cap to how many shares can be created through shorting XRT? There's not. ETFs represent an unlimited number of shares that can be created given enough time. They are limited daily in the amount of shares that can be created, but there is no limit to the number that can be created over time. Still planning to buy in tomorrow? Yeah. Vertex always says short squeeze signal. They just want attention. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. I guess Meet Kevin is ending his channel. Shouldn't he change his name to Don't Meet Kevin? I still don't know who he is, really. He's like a YouTube, some sort of investment thing? Why are all the YouTube investors bailing? What are they, afraid of bear markets or something? $2.2K watching and under 500 likes. Hit the like button, peeps. Yeah, if you guys could, please drop a like. It's a big help to the channel. And it means a lot to me. Something. Wouldn't it be if they borrow, they sell, short volume increases, they buy back, increase total volume, return shares? No. Can you rephrase that? So you're saying they borrow and then they sell and the short volume goes up, then they buy back, increasing the total volume to return shares. This has to do with the way the exchanges count volume. Hold on, I'm trying to remember. There's something to that. I think the transaction, the sell and the buy are netted in the count, Paris. Someone just lost 30,000 on 100p, bought it open. They were probably sold. Vanguard 13G dropped 5.9 million shares as of December 15th, 2021. Really? The thing I saw showed that they bought shares. Yeah, they had 5.8 million and they bought 94,000, owning 5.931 million aggregate amount beneficially owned. So it shows that they bought 94,000 shares. Is a share representing real percent ownership of a company or fake percent ownership of a company? Doesn't matter, same thing. But do puts cost same like shares? No. Not today. Yes, there are infinite questions that need to be answered on the School of Stock channel when I have time to answer them. I mean, the entities hedging the options, second breakfast, are just the market makers likely that sold them. Do global markets affect it? Not so much. There's effects from the broader market on individual options contracts, so they're not really realized. Like they're not significant enough to matter. I threw every penny I had into UVXY 211 40Cs. Why no moon? Oh, I don't know why you did that. The market's not crashing. It did do a dip. Let me average down some stuff. VIX futures went up overnight, which was cool. GameStop bouncing back very, very nicely. I hope Moonwind was able to get out of his calls there where they were profitable for 5 minutes. 13Gs are separate from 13Fs. Yeah, I know that. Dropped is in the 13GA is visible, not the amount they have. Oh, okay. I know that. I posted it in the fucking daily DD mass spectrometer. How long did you wait before using margin when you first started your trading career? Oh, I still don't use very much margin. I only use it to sell positions that require it. Fucking, they were still way too expensive. Seriously? You weren't profitable at market open? How do you get out of a covered call? You close it. ETF short interest more accurate than individual stocks. It's self-reporting. Why rack up XRT to 13,000? Because they need to. ETF short interest doesn't work the same way either because there's no float, right? So as the shares outstanding in an ETF increase and decrease, it can increase and decrease the SI percentage. Do you think the Fed need to raise interest rates now, or they will continue to kick the can? I mean, I think that the pressure from this report may be a bit much for them to fully ignore. So I would say we'll probably see I still think that a rate increase in March is possible. I just don't think they're going to leave it in place for long. Like 0.25% maybe, and then pull it back. But I still see us being at that. Maybe it's a little more likely with inflation up again this month. But inflation's still primarily being driven by the same factors, so. Rents are going up, which isn't good. Do you expect to see a big bullish delta hedge from MM if GME breaks 125 and sustains it into close? Lots of OI there for calls this week. Could be important, yeah. It's not so much just that, but just the rate of increase based on our delta sensitivity currently. Use my SPY gains to roll out my 318 C100. More 318 C120 calls right before the small rip. Feeling good. Congrats, Willem. Check a firm on Shift Search. Last 3 days or so. Earnings today. Financial advice. I don't really care about a firm. I guess some of you guys are like looking into it. Can't you check it on Shift Search? Like, what am I doing? Lots of calls. People are bullish on their earnings. Looks like 5.9 million today. Looks like a lot of straddles. Te amo el plunge protection team. El PPT es muy bueno. Los rainbow supporters son muy mai. What the fuck? I don't know what that means. Some of those out of the money puts are sold. It doesn't look terrible. Good luck predicting an earnings. Don't get IV crushed. Housing prices have gone up the fastest since 2006. We know it followed in 2008. Yeah. Bubbles. You become a pigeon whale? Oh shit, Timothy Franklin. Dude, I totally fucking missed that. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to all the requisite pigeon whale things. I appreciate it, man. Pigeon whales, flock. There's a new pigeon whale amongst you. Do you think the Fed need to raise it, or they continue? I don't think they need to, but I think they probably will a little. I think that's already priced in. No, negative 200%. Jesus Christ.
Cover calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
I'd rather they expect up to 7 rate increases in 2022. Yeah, that's bullshit. All of the Fed's like short-term fucking investments are in like a 5-year, like all their short-term securities are in a 5-year window, and like if they start quantitative tightening to that excessive of a degree, they're gonna like blow up their own position and fuck up the yield curve. Do you have any estimates on FTDs due today? No, we never have an estimate on FTDs due. We don't know. There's literally no way to figure it out. Not accurately. Not even close to accurately. And 25 doesn't feel like the old 180 anymore, does it? It's not looking like we're going to close at max pan. We're still continuing to push up. Delta, so gamma maximum started to move up this morning. And as is delta neutral. So, you know, this infers that, you know, we're entering a gamma ramp. So more price action is going to beget more price action, which will beget even bigger price action. This is good, especially if delta neutral or gamma maximum continues to rise with the increase in price. So if people keep buying further out of the money calls as the price is driven up, that's where like a serious ramp will kick off. I think I'm going to buy back like half my position if we get some consolidation this afternoon. Half? Yeah. I'll update Reddit real quick. Is that entropy line moving up more? I don't know. Is it, Dork? Oh, I'll check. Any predictions on price targets today? Our gamma maximums at around 140-ish. How does one capitalize on the 1300% SI of XRT? SI in an ETF doesn't work exactly the same way, but I don't know. You buy calls, I guess. Yo quiero tendito muy rápido. Thanks, Dan Almighty. Could this be pre-hedging for the 14th and OPEX? It's not pre-hedging for OPEX, not this early. Next week we could see pre-hedging for OPEX. And a lot of the things going on right now are still, we're still, let me show you guys. We're not out of the FTD window. And with the offset and XRT, it's possible that we're seeing XRT FTDs coming due as well every day. These could be compounded more at the end of this cycle, right? Because of the way they've decided to the way they handle reg show thresholding. So we still have these FTDs coming through. And then we have, that XRT curve of FTDs that comes in every day. And that goes all the way the fuck out until it's, off reg show. So we still have FTDs. It's not over. It's just that this period, this pile up to the 8th, this is done. So the FTDs are slightly less, but maybe neutral with the thresholding going on. That, and you add you have the additional effects of that delta sensitivity hedging occurring. You have as Jay Fresh pointed out in his DD, the higher that delta goes, so more call buying and increase in price can further increase the price. If long institutions can see that the shorts future swaps haven't been bought for the first time, is that not massive incentive to push the price up? I mean, yeah. I don't think we're seeing longs buying in any significant quantity right now, though. Please answer my question about next week. Where is it? Did you DM me? I don't see it. Uptick slowed slightly, though, might indicate something. Interesting. Can you show me? On like the 2 hour? you expect a retracement to sub 100 before OPEX? No. Not unless the market crashes or something. The market actually looks pretty strong. It is just roaring back. Interesting. It's good. CSPs are just buy shares on Monday. Gonna have CSPs slightly in the money can reduce your cost basis. Does that you gonna offset it with that premium? I guess that also protects you if it continues to move to the upside, but then you may not get an entry. That's not necessarily true. I think the problem is you just might not get assigned at all. But the premium could offset the increase in price, right? Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, yeah, if you're it's trying to catch a stabby knife, it's not falling. So $200 hurricane money, $300 Aventador money. Maybe with another large FTD day, number 3. Our price action so far is leading towards number 4. We'll see. We'll see how the mid-afternoon plays out. After about 10:30, usually we'll start to see a stabilization or a decline. Fucking piece of shit, Snap. Oh, wait, Snap's ripping. Go. You can do it. Oh, it's doing a thing. Wonder how much it can gain by tomorrow. I'm not selling my Snap calls because it was a shitty YOLO play, so. Did you see IRNT? It's probably ripping. It's on the same cycle, I think, as GameStop. It's not after the FTD period. There's still FTDs, dude. They're just not, the quantity is not as high. Don't forget that we have FTDs due. Let me try to show you guys. So this is November and December, right? But we also have FTDs due from this entire period in January as well. And those are going to be also moved forward, right? This entire time they continued shorting. So the FTDs are never really done. It's just a question of like, how many have they built up? You know, we know when the price is going up, they're not really building a significant number of FTDs. But yeah, this entire period of shorting from here all the way down to there before we started to climb back up, you know, there's FTDs due from all of this as well that will move forward. I just haven't counted them yet. Like, we're only tracking FTDs right now through, what was our furthest out date? I think the last day we account for FTDs here is December 28th. So there's more. I'll update the chart when I update for the new FTDs. But I was waiting until the 14th to do that, because right now I don't think these are due yet. Yeah, these won't be due. These won't be due till after the 14th. So everything up till now is covered, but after the 14th, I have to recount and figure out where they're going to fall. FTDs. This is just a rumor on a partnership. I love the series of news articles. It was like fake NFT announcement. Stock rips, right? People don't like NFTs. Stock drops. Shareholders have no faith. No faith in the thing they've been waiting a year for. Institutions bailing, right? These actual NFT announcement. GameStop, and then they accused of GameStop of having no faith in their own thing by saying, you know, they sold off all their IMX, right? And so this was like January through last week, and now it's like GameStop made $445 million off IMX. And so the company got, you know, $2.6 billion in extra valuation. People love NFTs. Look at all the people speculating. Look at all the institutional interest in NFTs. It's just fucking ridiculous, right? Bazinga news article: are NFTs solely responsible for a coming market crash? We'll probably stabilize in this range till end of day. If we break up, then very good. This is super bullish if we break up in the near term. So let me try to show you guys on the full day time scale. So there's two ways today's could go. We consolidate a little bit, run, consolidate a little more and run. Or we're gonna stabilize here, drop, and then run up, fail, run into close. Unless we start seeing massive in the money puts or something coming in, I would say one of those two scenarios is most likely. Yeah, I don't get like mainstream financial news being like, "Oh, look at how bad pay to play is for gamers," when they've lauded Microsoft and Riot or Tencent and fucking Sony for microtransactions and how much revenue they generate. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm a gamer. I fucking hate microtransactions, but they make the companies a shitload of money. No, you're fine, Sir Parvis. Or we just MOASS. Need volume, more volume. We'll stabilize until end of day unless GameStop announces they made $5 on a traded in copy of the new Halo. Then we gave another $1 billion in market cap. What's the most you've spent on a game and microtransactions? I don't know. I really don't pay for them or buy into them if I can avoid it. Like, I don't care about skins and stuff like that. I sent a super chat. I'm sorry, Daki. Oh, thank you so much for everything, Gary. Being a stay-at-home, unemployed, mail-order husband has made it infinitely easier thanks to you. So got tips on Dilly the Kid NFT too. Also USA. Thanks, guys. So much Thanks so much, Kirk, for all you and your team does. Yeah, no problem, meditation. Thank you, man. Take a screenshot and post that as TA. I might buy some today if we stabilize a bit. Some more of my. I'll buy some of my calls back. Probably my 200s. Are you enjoying your Switch? I haven't really used it. I played Pokemon on it for like 2 days, and then I haven't actually touched it since, which is gonna be its fate. I don't like it that much. It's whatever. Consoles suck. What video games did you play in high school? Third Strike? I played a lot of Third Strike. I didn't have like a PlayStation, so I would like go to the arcade. I've played Breath of the Wild. It's I'm not a big fan of Zelda games. I don't like games where there's no direct competition. Thanks, Pickle. My calls are printing. Watch you every morning. Let's fucking go. RH, ask for all the DD, brother. Thank you, Brendan and Ellis Fun Adventures. Here's my question. When can we rub game porn in people's faces? I'm gonna start a subreddit. Who did you use in SF Third Strike? Can. There's only like 3 good characters. GME gains prawn. You're still extremely bullish on OPEX? Yeah. Can you Daigo parry? It used to, not anymore. I used to be able to parry Chun super though. Any thoughts on James Roland TA? It's like my TA, except copied. Could this be an earlier hedge of 14th plus OPEX? Unlikely. It's too soon. You've asked me that like 7 times. If you can't time a peak, Royal Mail TV, that's going to be a problem for you in the world of trading. I'm not sporting a banana outfit. No, I wasn't into Neopets. Kirk is Jaewong confirmed. No. Anti-options folks don't understand the way to realize gains on GME while still diamond handing the stock is buying or selling options. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but you know, what are you gonna do? They much prefer to watch the value of their investment go up and down. Sport a banana hammock. It's what the people want. The people couldn't handle it. Trash, frankly. Gracias, hombre. Huevos especial. Thank you, Senor Griffin. But huevos? Huevos especial? Especial? Not huevos. Huevos. I don't know what that means. I don't speak Spanish. Let me be real fucking clear here. At all. That's the line in the stream title is just the end of the it's the end of the pinata song. And fitting for our current situation. I don't speak Persian either. Jueves is Thursday. Ah. And NS, thank you for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream. You're getting the full uncut Dillionaire song. Enjoy. Don't even start. I know what I said.
Birthday, yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cult. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trades in his popcorn coat. When Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sell the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. No sell, that ain't telling no jokes. Still fuck trades in his popcorn coat. When Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sell the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. What a joke, how to stock pop off with a stopwatch stop for the popcorn block. Wall Street bet, quick cash to the top, but I held for a year for the cap gain dodge. Make a little money, I'ma start my own mold farm. Coffee at the Black Rock snack bar. Catch a couple calls, buy a couple more route far. Band dart, Dan chug wine for the mod car. How high will a repo go? Repos their day just to farm up votes. Bringing back a perm, get the scurvy on my toes. If you're looking for financial advice, I don't know. Brain so smooth like I'm eating dry sheets. Talking far day call, take a DTE. You would need some kind of direction. Old age, you could hold all your stunts like that cat TFE. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trades in his popcorn coat. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sell the Elliott waves like I'm Kramer on coke. No sell, it ain't telling no joke. Still fuck trades in his popcorn coat. When Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sell the Elliott waves like I'm Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
And then that's it. That's the company that you're buying. You know what I mean? So like that's it. See how simple that is? Keep it simple, stupid. So
What's up, Fluffy? I said, please, I like the transmission. It pays my electric bill? What? Some controversy. Vanguard decreased ownership. No. I don't think so. think press about investigations has them actually covering. Unlikely. Do we have any more resistance lines up to 150? Sure. I mean, there's probably resistance at like 130, 135. I mean, there's kind of some resistance at every dollar value on the way up. 140 looks contentious, but 130's got a lot of open OI. Kind of dead in between 130 140, so we'll have to hope that hedging and FTDs push us through that point and overall market sentiment. I thought this would be a red day. Is there ammo to suppress the price slowing down? I mean, they're probably trying to slow down price action as much as they can. But the SPY's just coming right back. Today was questionably red. We went down pretty hard in the pre-market with the market, but the market's recovering, so. No, it's not retail buying through Vanguard accounts. No, generally, the gamma maximum is where our price action stops. That's usually we see a reduction in volume upon hitting the gamma max and we fall down. The thing though that's going on is gamma max is turning up with the price. So as the price climbs, gamma max is also climbing. And this is kind of like a representation of a gamma ramp. Why does it stop at gamma max? There's nothing to continue pushing the price up. If people keep piling into calls further and further out of the money, then the gamma max will continue moving up. Is this the DRS squeeze? I did not, Michael. Man, it feels so good to hang with these upward moving, further dated calls. I'm no longer a degenerate gambler. Congratulations. Is it the time for the 510s to shine? I didn't say that. Draw an exuberance line. I would say this would be it, and we've definitely crossed it. There. All my calls are now in the green. Good. Congrats, man. You called this shit in November. I am a stock god, Carl. Maybe a little early, but I'm never wrong. Fuck you, Burry. They find an entropy swap partner or what? The hedging doesn't indicate that they did. Clip it. Burry wishes his early could be as late as yours. Why are we running? What was your DD? You can go read it. It's on my Reddit profile. All of my November losses and well, December losses are almost gone. Close. No, volatility has an inverse correlation to the price of the market. Major big Swiss banks are being investigated for money laundering. Of course they are. Credit Suisse is obviously going to be one of them. I'm not checking it out. I don't care. I think there's more people playing DRSing than playing options. Oh well. I just bought some 135 0 DTs. Sorry for killing the run. Thanks for fucking it up, Kevin. Is XRT a distraction or a similar play? It's a different play. It's not a distraction or similar. Why do I still have a share of this? I don't want this. Get out of here. Is it bad that I haven't DRS? It doesn't matter. It's up to you, man. It's your fucking stocks. Do what you want with them. Give your favorite stock a healthy and hearty hurry. Yes. Can you give tips on options so I can help to squeeze in my fractional share? Is there any doubt they still have that level of control? I don't know where they'd get the shares from to pull a major rug pull like that. They could try. Do you ever use RSI? Occasionally, yeah. My pickle life is overlapping into my dating life. I have a date to go get fried pickles with a quantitative tightening. Weird. You going out with J-Pow? Tell him we said what's up. And thanks. So the 1500% short interest on XRT and the ears perked up. Vanguard increased shares by 14.91%. Thank you, Ryan, maker of mayo. Is leverage bad for GME? Oh, why? No, update Reddit again. I'm day trading it on leverage. I mean, be careful. Obviously, like leverage presents greater risk. You know, it really butters my biscuits that the fucking haters from Super Stonks spend all day watching my stream, trying to clip snippets of me saying bad things about their belief system. Wild news, my GGPI calls are green. Liar. Don't forget last May, We saw a fairly significant run into a few days before OPEX. So, you know, it's not impossible for us to see something similar to that right now. Like this slow climb up, and then, you know, maybe a little stabilization, pullback, and then OPEX to hit. Thanks, hoo-ha. I'm not going to look at the ticker trash. I don't want to know about GGPI. Guten Tag. I am from der Stockstaffel from Reddit. Wo sind dein DRS Paperin? What? Hey, buttered biscuits. The missus says win MOASS. Relax, we're gonna consolidate at some point, right? Thank you, Eric. Can we recap the significance of OPEX on 2/22? It looks like that lines up with the quarterly runs. That is the quarterly runs. Gherk, where are we at with the super sectionals on Pi Phi if it was SpongeBob? Is it too early for this? I don't know. I never watched SpongeBob. Like I've seen it, but I don't know that much about it. When calls for Feb 25 or March 4th be good to cover OPEX as well? Yeah, but they're going to lose a lot of theta value before then. When is OPEX? T+2 from Feb 18? Yes. Up $1,285 today. So far, scalping contracts. Nice, dude. Do you think we're able to break this time the upper resistance line since January 2021? No, it doesn't seem likely currently. We'll see. It's possible, but it doesn't seem likely right now. Where are triangles? I mean, there really isn't one here. If we find support here, then there's a basis for one, but at this point, price action is causing entropy to trend up, making it less appealing for a prospective counterparty to enter an entropy swap with the short hedge funds. Yes. If the price goes up, it does make the entropy swap less appealing. Not that it was very appealing at the bottom. What dates are you looking at for calls to capture OPEX? Guessing further out to avoid losing too much theta. I've been buying all my calls for March 18th, and I bought a few for March 4th. But March 18th and later is where I've been focused. Tisk tisk fluffy is DDS goes up like this, then goes right back to 250. I wonder if I can get a fill on some puts. DDS is highly illiquid, right? So remember, it can move up as hard as it moves down. Risky. Good luck getting a fill on anything. There's no market makers, so it's tough. You outline the different strategies for exercising contracts as we move up. Also, are you going to wait to do that towards the OPEX window or as soon as possible? I mean, if I exercise contracts, I'm going to do it later on. And I'm just going to be selling out of the money calls and using money to buy or exercise my, like deep in the money calls, like those like Feb 100s and 110s and March 100s and 110s. I'm learning a lot from you about stocks and options. Are you still buying options tomorrow? Is today better with the price action? I'm waiting for a little bit of consolidation. And then I'll probably buy some today. I don't know. We could get a push towards max pain tomorrow. There's definitely room to the downside for them to push a little bit, but they don't seem to be able to. I think their ability to suppress the price is kind of destabilizing. Thanks for all the info you share with us at SS. Absolutely, Anthony. Thank you. What does Ortex say short squeeze today indicating? Because Ortex is dumb. Big dumb. The fact that entropy is not appealing when the price rises is a good thing for us. Yes. How much of your March position had you exited before Tuesday? None. Yeah, can you manipulate the SPY up a little, please? My degenerate weeklies are displeased. Did you buy like 460s? There's good consolidation on the MAs here. This could be a solid bounce, trash. Potentially more VUP than May this time with all the FTDs and internalization done. Also, thank you for all your work. You're the best streamer I've ever watched. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's different. We can't. So as people buy more and more of the stock, right, and retail ownership increases, illiquidity also goes up. So the stock becomes more illiquid. Meaning that using historical price action to predict future upside potential doesn't really work, because every time we run, we're slightly more illiquid than the time we ran before it, right? And with a few institutions also buying in on this dip, we're probably even more illiquid than we expect. So the potential for our run goes up, but we don't know to what degree, right? Like we don't have the modeling software required to determine, you know, massive jumps in the bid ask. It's just not something that we have access to, or probably even the ability to do, unfortunately. And that's how they would model it. And even when they do it, it's their models aren't that accurate. They're accurate to a degree, but I want to say we love the School of Stock. Oh, thanks, man. I'm going to be doing more stuff over there as I have time to do it. But I don't want anybody to get the expectation that like content's going to be coming out really fast over there, because it's just not right now. But I do want to build it up over time. What does illiquid mean, and why is it a good thing? Illiquid means that there's not a lot of available shares to trade, Roberto Gamma. And it's a good thing because what it does is it creates gaps in the bid ask. It widens the spread. And the wider the spread gets, the less volume it takes for the price to increase. So, you know, last year it might have taken 5 million volume for us to go up $10. And now, you know, we're up $15 from our low today on 1.75 million volume. So that's to give you an idea of the effect of that. Guybrush para MOASS, eres el mayor shill pepinillo. Jfresh Guybrush for MOASS, or you're a major shill pickle man, something. All right, fine. Someone needs a long-time Gurk Lurker here. Are we still expecting violent upside potential this Feb March, or should our expectations be moved further out? No, I expect it in the next like couple weeks. Now through the next couple weeks. You're just building up that channel to avoid repeating beginners' questions on here. I did want to ask though, does puts cost same like shares? Son of a bitch. Why do people pay money to have me read that sentence? Stop it. Seems like a Wall Street Bets degenerate dream material. Running hard at the end of the week. Stacked gamma ramp and cheap weeklies. Yeah. Degens love this shit. Is it possible that we already own 4 to 5 times the float? Possible, very unlikely. Super, super unlikely. I should be more clear on that. Maybe more than the float. Some streamers would dream to have memes that their crowd loved paying money to troll them with. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with those people. Do you and Jfresh own the float? Not quite. Say more than the float due to the FTD circuit. Due to the necessity of creating synthetics, I'd say that the data indicates that retail has at or slightly more than the float. Is this MOASS? LOL JK. It could be, right? Our potential is still the highest. Even though they kicked it forward 35 days, it's still there, right? Because they didn't deal with it. SPY moving up crucial to MOASS? No. Helps. A lot, right? They're short everything. Everything's going up. Fucks them hard. I don't know what MOASS still tastes like. Tendies. Wild Wiley. Is it easier to short XRT, which explains almost 1,300% short interest? Would you assume that GME is even half that short interest or more? Okay, so quick thing on ETF short interest. Short interest is relative to the size of the shares outstanding. These have a relationship. So if shares outstanding goes down, projected SI goes up, right? Because there's fewer shares, so the short interest represents a greater percentage of the shares outstanding, right? So if the shares outstanding is 4 million, and SI is at 100%, and the shares outstanding drops to 2 million, SI will go to 200%. Give me one reason that, what? You're still going on about Riley Reid? Dude, you have a problem. Becoming our catalyst isn't true. Price action didn't turn around until she did in the Discord. Why are you trying to stop MOASS? Don't do it. Playing with fire, shids and fards. Playing with fire. I think the recent blue chip dumps equal margin called. Could have been. Less possible. Maybe not. Please do Happy Pickle Tendy Dance show rest. No. Is there both a shids and fards and a farts and shids in the pickle financial cult community? Are there? Is this consolidation? Yeah. Looks bullish. Starting an ascending, like an ascending triangle again. Similar to yesterday's like midday breakout. The problem with these is they can actually drag a little later. Maybe I should account for that. So somewhere near the end of this, or a failure of this trend, I will probably pick up some more Some more call options. Come on, fucking Snap. You can do it. What does this company do? It's like some sort of instant messenger. We're entering the first test of diamond hands with high delta value call holders. Could be, yeah. Velvet Jupiter. Do you believe in your Snap gamble, or is it just a gamble? It was just a gamble. You know what it is. Don't be like that. I don't know. I think I'm just too old for like the sexting fad. I don't get it. $95K shares of shares at IBK are now 150. Rate's still 2.4. Fidelity shortables down to 89.5K. Up. They're up. Alethea. Well, at market open, they were down to 5,000. So unless they return some and then borrowed again. Snapchat is a data mining app that people submit nudes to. At what money will you allow the purge and ban the mods today? $250. Look at Discord. So you're saying, are they actually down? All in all, they're actually down 10K shares. Interesting. I wonder if they're just buying and selling shares for ETF flow. But the filing today says 5.9, right? Yeah, I think they're just padding their ETFs. I don't think it's like a bullish buy-in. Current shares 5.1. The current shares is today are 5.94. The 13G says 5.94. If G's ignore the F's date. Active date. Do you have them backwards? Oh, that's why. I was reading them top down. I see it. You presented it in the weirdest fucking possible way, Dan. Don't give me that shit. It's not only is it upside down, it's inverted. You've inverted the whole thing, like on an axis. I don't care how Fintel does it. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. I'm looking at it. Yeah, it looks like they're down about 10,000 maybe total. You know, I need you to take your role as Quant Team Fucktoy a little more seriously. I thought Dan's weren't into that. He's gonna dumpster dive the SEC site for shit. I've never met two people in my entire life who love reading financial paperwork more than you and Turd. No, JFresh, never. Why are people sending me Ortex tweets? Don't do that. I don't want to see Ortex's Twitter. Ortex is just trying to get subscribers. Ignore them. Well, it's proven an invaluable source of information. Oh, I have to share something with you also. Don't let me forget after the stream. Important things from the DTCC. That's good. You shouldn't trust things. I hate reading. That's why we have Dan's. Price target for this 2-week potential run. We have to see how it climbs. We're following it day by day. Because frankly, that's the right way to do it. You know, we're keeping track of gamma maximum. We're keeping track of our delta neutral. We're paying attention to FTD flow and entropy. People ask to see the entropy chart. Just redirect them to my profile. I threw up a 1-minute vid where I scroll through 2008 to the present. Okay, cool. Adobit just posted on RSS. Cool. What do you say? What is SLD next week, right? Starts next Wednesday, I believe. Third Wednesday? 6th? Yeah, the 16th. Probably that you, Dr. Gingerballs, is a shill. I mean, I've been reading that guy's comments, and he's absolutely just Like, he clearly works for Citadel. How else could he get all that information and present it in such a clear and concise manner? Mathematical proof? Pff, I think not. Yeah, crime, not math. This, like, he needs to learn his audience. Can you explain more when you said you play the SLD cycles? Market down from Wednesday to Friday, leading into OPEX, then back up Monday, Tuesday, T+2. Look at the SPY historical chart and you'll figure it out. Zendel, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream. No, it's not a P.O. box, but I'll try to do that tonight too.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeezed.
I think Dr. Gingerballs is a pretty terrible guy, really. Good to know, Jay Fresh.
Like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Oh my fucking god, was AMC the one true play? No. Why is the price moving so much after FTD overlap period? Shouldn't it have been more during the overlap? Not necessarily. What we needed, mostly what we needed, was we needed something to kick us on. That was violent. To kick us onto the ramp. And FTDs served that purpose on the 8th. We still have FTDs due. There are more FTDs due through this period than we expected due to the thresholding of XRT. And the delay that the thresholding creates, right? So that this period from the 8th to the 14th and even past has actually more FTDs due than it should. They are diminished right now, but we have other things moving our price now as well. We have, you know, delta hedging. And increased call buying, which is increasing delta hedging, right? And we're approaching OPEX as well. Which is, you know, when the liabilities from this last quarter come due. So, yeah, I mean, the FTDs are still there. They're playing their role. When there's other factors affecting them, they play a greater role. NYSE suspended Uber trading over pending news. Awesome. I hope it's that the company's a big fraud. Paper handing membership. Later, poker. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Why does Uber keep halting? It's not moving. They just keep halting the stock every few minutes. I don't know. Dr. Gingerballs had relations with my wife while I was right there. Well, that's what you get for asking to be in the room. Is it they run AMC to 100 while keeping us stable, trying to shake GME paper hands to switch as AMC is badged as the one true play, then rug pull? Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to buy that. Everyone wants to be in the room where it happened. Why is it good for other people to let their memberships lapse and get called out and pressured? Because you choose to be prominent, Dr. K. You choose to be a prominent troll in the community. That's why you get called out. You also became a Dan briefly. I don't know what that was about. If your covered call goes in the money and expires, is it certainty that you will get your shares called away, or is there a chance I don't have my shares called away? There's a chance you don't. What did I miss about Dr. Gingerballs? He's a big shill. Didn't you hear? I just found out. You think you know a guy. No secure. Spies or State Street. God. It's like you didn't even show up to the fucking softball league this year. Yeah, you. Didn't you ask me something about being a BlackRock spy? Maybe I just saw your name and read someone else's comment. All right, well, whatever. It's happened now. I guess we'll just have to get past it. How do you know the Pinata song? I'm cultured, chicken tender daddy. Spy hitting 4:30 end of day. Come on, man. Just say yes. My paper puts really need the kind words. And I was at the softball games. I was playing pitcher. Okay, Zakir, drinking a pitcher of beer is not what you think it is in that scenario. Look at October and tell me what caused the price improvement and what was the expiry. I can't remember. October and caused the price improvement and what was the expiry? Which part are you referring to? Are you talking about like the FTD runs that we had in like mid to late October? Wait, I'm Latino? There's a Pinata song? Yeah. The September futures poker. I mean, that's where a lot of our price action in October came from. Like, I assume you're referring to like these spikes that we had, like this and this. This was from the ETF FTDs. And then this was OPEX. These were like market maker FTDs. Late October, early November. This was ETF FTDs. This is from the OPEX and from the futures expiry. Yeah, as far as the Feb 14th 4.2 million shares go, we have to see how it plays out. We don't know. It's unique in the data. We don't have an indication of something like that happening before, and so we don't know the effect on the price that it's going to have. If it was used to do the things that we expect, then we could see, 4.2 million shares needing to be covered on that day. But if it was not used for what we think it was used for, then we're unsure. So since we have no historical data for that, we're gonna have to look into. We're just gonna have to wait. Check DMs. Talk about the way 13Gs leapfrog 13Fs. Yeah, so if there's a substantial change in share ownership, then they have to release a 13G, which is the most current update, regardless of the 13F that is currently out. Hey, dude, so Wind Moon, you're supposed to be the one telling me that, turd. What's shares outstanding for XRT looking like today? I'll have to replay the Ginger Balls drama later. It was sarcasm and a joke, Trina. Oh, we're really gonna chop through this period. Okay. Cool. This is a better entry. I like this. Buy some more. Put some more fucking money in here today, I think. Inflation, 40-year high, believe it or not. SPY, all-time high. Not yet, but it's trying. Fuck me, I sold my 140s for nothing. I don't know if we're gonna see any run in March. Continued price appreciation, I think. I think they got entropy swaps back here during these runs, but failed to get them in these. So steeper consolidation. It kind of moves us out. Volume's dying off. Yeah, so midday chop, not too exciting. Look at the SPY. We're tracking. I don't know why Uber's suspended. Pending news. CPI came out this morning. Pending news. No pickle pinata party. I feel like the SPY is going to do something big. Consolidation. Sell off? Nope. Did you load up on other stocks at open? I bought some SPY calls, which are doing okay. I bought them really far out though, so it's kind of a lot of money. FX hedge, same like shares. Shares, same like puts. Are you on the plunge protection team? No. That's crazy. I started the show Gilded Age last night. Pretty cool to see 1880s New York stock trading. We think things are unfair now. I don't think it's an accurate representation, right? Any puts planned for SLDs? I have VIX futures. Double peak on the SPY 1 month. Uh, see if SPY closes this week above 460, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, back. Actually, would have. Huh. The good thing is we're already kind of beating expectations for the earlier parts of this move. I should probably sell out of these though. Oh, wait. That looks good. Seems like everything started 1 or 2 weeks later. Well, we accounted for this back in December. It's just maybe, I don't know, people weren't paying attention. When they started, so when they shorted to get under this gamma exposure, right? This December like 17th leap expiry, they pushed that out to now, right? Same is true for January. So they've pushed all of this exposure further out. That's the downside of them, you know, trying to short under the exposure, is they create exposure but in a different place. And now that's coming to be realized. So we knew they kicked the can here and here, right? And now they've, you know, got to pay the price for doing that, which is what I've been telling people all along. That's why, you know, contracts were moved forward and changes made and people adapted. It's not a flaw in the theory. The theory accounts for that. FTD numbers are still fairly high. They're not overlapped anymore, but that can just mean that FTDs before this December cycle, you know, weren't that great in number. They racked up more FTDs out here after the leap expiry than they did before it. It can also just mean that they net settled off those FTDs during this consolidation period. And now we're realizing price increase. Also, you know, part of this price increase has to do with our gamma maximum and delta neutral pushing us up this gamma ramp. This period of reduced price action here was a massive opportunity to load the call chain up, which is what the theory needed in the first place to be realized. Was we needed massive numbers of, you know, far dated calls, and this dip provided the opportunity for many and institutions to do that. So I think everything's right on track. A little later than we wanted it, but still there. Chill. Thanks. Is it still too late to get into March 18 out of the monies for this run? It depends on how far out of the money you're looking. I mean, be careful. You know, it's easy to get burned when you're too far out of the money. Thanks for the great explanation. Please clip it. Justin Timberlake, Sam like Anthony Kiedis. Wow. Just wow. Girk Son La Venta de Dolores de GME. I don't know what that means. Fiscal stupidity. Thank you. What do you think of Tesla on the 1 hour? Still consolidating in this ascending triangle. Probably needs slightly readjust. Oh, this isn't drawn on this time scale. It's drawn out here on the daily. It's still consolidating into this ascending triangle. It's getting ready for a breakout. A safe way to play this is to straddle it, but it looks bullish. So keep your eyes peeled. Very bullish. Retest of 1,000, maybe a push higher. Also, I should add to that, extremely dangerous. Do not fuck with Tesla if you don't know what you're doing. It's almost as bad as GameStop. You streaming the House Financial Services Committee? Fuck no. You think they fail the role of futures for March? I guess it's in their favor, right? When does the roll should start? Do you think they fail the futures roll for March? I guess it's in their favor. We don't know. The roll period, it begins like usually they roll. If they roll, it's after OPEX, and we're still determining if what we think is a roll is really just the entry of an entropy swap, Bastion. But it begins after the OPEX period. Are you streaming earnings and shares same like puts is old now. It's old and lame. You guys need to come up with new shit. Get creative. Since so many of us have never been part of a gamma ramp, the act of one actually pushing the price up of a security, how fast of a climb is that? We've been parts of gamma ramps repeatedly. If you've owned GameStop for more than 6 months. I sent you an important DM yesterday. Can you read it? You probably didn't. Bought March 4 for 260s and tapped out. Cool, man. Get creative with you behind the dumpster. It's an undying classic. Is it though? As a fellow YouTube star, did you try Graham Stephan's coffee yet? No. If we keep asking if you're streaming earnings, eventually it'll be a relevant question again. But earnings is in March. Can you explain the Dick's Pic section of your TA post from yesterday for a smooth brain? From today? It shows a level of asymmetric risk due to internalization. Uber dropping like a rock. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. Marches versus April's. Will Marches no longer generate the FTDs, so April's put more pressure? Or does April give nothing and June better? Marches still create FTDs. From this point. Let's see. Current FTD window for call options purchased today. Let's see. Yeah, Feb 18 still generate FTDs. As of today. Today's the last day that Feb 18s generate 2 sets of FTDs. Why don't you like Uber? Oh, they're a shit company built on the back of a poorly paid workforce. Reddifone sold 5 million shares around the end of December. If so, would this be similar to the effect the shares offering had on easing pressure on short hedge funds and messing with the cycles? What fund sold 5 million shares? I know Dimension sold 3 million, but I think they sold them earlier in the year. The problem with Uber, the biggest problem with Uber, morality aside, is that Uber has had a red balance sheet since their inception because the profitability of the company depends on driverless vehicles. They make no money between advertising and the cost of running the business off of the services they provide. So that's the issue. Driverless cars haven't come fast enough for them, and it's a failure of their long-term plan. Same pile of shit. Restaurants and stuff are getting out of are pushing back against things like Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber Eats because the fees are too high and they'd rather just deliver the shit themselves. I mean, if Uber were to fail, then yeah, in the near term, buying Lyft would be. They both have they have like the same profitability model. Neither company is profitable. I think Lyft is a little better on paper, maybe, but not as widely used. So I'd say they're about even. They probably just track. What do you think of Airbnb as a company, not an investment? Overvalued, and the main facilitators of their inventory are gonna get hit, you know, with a rate increase if the Fed bumps rates on their APY mortgages or their adjustable rate mortgages, and you're gonna see defaults. If they lose inventory, then you know they're also facing a pretty bleak future. GM plus U equals pickle for stream. It's a pickle pinata. That's amazing. It needs like a little string. How accurate is RSI and GME at the moment? Looking for good entries through that. It's not a lot of sentimental driven volume on GameStop, biggest Dan. So I don't think, I mean, you can use it as an entry tool, I guess, but I wouldn't rely on it. It can move very rapidly. So what sort of time do you think we'll be testing 130 again? A little later this afternoon. Maybe we get like a little like 1269 dark pool dump. How fast is your internet? It's like 990 megabits. Old bot. Huh. Oh, interesting. So they sold out of their Vanguard mid-cap 400 value and bought back into their Vanguard ESG. Is that what you're saying, Turd? Do you see house prices coming down in a year or so? You know, the housing market doesn't crash as quickly, right? Because it's not something that's valued. It's not valued like the stock market where reevaluation occurs every minute, right? It's like a supply and demand. It's more of a true supply and demand market. And you see you'll see like if the economy tanks, you'll usually see the housing market reach its bottom like a couple years later. Because it's not being evaluated by, you know, thousands of entities at once. It's just the homeowner determining whether they want to try to sell their house for less. What I would say would be different is if we see another housing market crash, there won't be as many of the same opportunities that there were in the last one, like regarding, you know, buying like foreclosed homes at auction. I think now the banks are just going to keep them. There's more value in holding the asset and waiting than there is in, you know, selling it off and getting what cash they can out of it. With what you just said about the company, what does her job future look like? I mean, that depends on the stability of the ownership in the privately owned Airbnbs that she manages, Johnny. I mean, if those are, you know, cash owned, or if she manages them for a corporation, they're likely fairly safe. I don't know what that'll do for. I don't know about the future of Airbnb itself, but as far as the property ownership goes, that would depend. I mean, if they start to lose inventory, they'll have to, you know, people will have to price that into their rates. I was in Las Vegas and hired an autonomous vehicle for my ride. They all have drivers in them anyway because casinos are private property and don't trust the technology. What should I do? So see a lot of my comments straight up don't even make it to the chat. Automod weirdness can usually reword a few times and get it. Huh. Can you draw Stefan swinging at a pinata, please? Would housing crash have a large impact on REITs? Would you sell out of your REITs, say 1 year after a market crash? I mean, most of the REITs I have in ownership in are exchange traded, so, and they're commercial real estate. I would probably get out of them before a market crash, or try to get out of them before a market crash. So banks will boof the houses? Probably. This consolidation is making me wary, not bullish. I mean, it's still fairly bullish consolidation. The consolidation's not a good indicator. They're running out of the ability to suppress the price. Guy Fieri, the positive price pressure is an indication of that. As a landlord part of it, institutional investors rarely touched foreclosed homes. I've been outbid by BlackRock in 2010 and 11. Housing is an easy fix by updating current zoning laws, but until then, I'm rich. Huh. I mean, all I know is if there's a market crash, I'm buying a fuck ton of BlackRock. I can make that mistake. Do you expect another CNS dump? So CNS finishes usually it's an estimated closing time of 3:10 p.m. That's the official word on when CNS wraps up. Also, with all empty office parks since COVID, I think you'll see this change to residential. We need more money for increases in services needed for residents. I mean, I think we'll see that shift also just because work from home has become so popular, right? So I think the drive in like residential, like building of residential real estate will improve. Los puts cuestan lo mismo que las acciones. Nope, don't know what it means. Cash flow positive by the end of this year. New bookings and earnings targets for investors Thursday. I don't know if the market cares. This is not looking very good. I know the data says we could start moving big after the 136 range. It really doesn't. The data kind of shows that we'd start moving big after the 140 range. Yes, I know there's a lot of OI at 150. As long as calls are continued to be purchased out of the money, or the range of our move can go up. Not giving financial advice. Feb 18, 115, hold until next week or look for best time today or tomorrow. I mean, it's super deep in the money. I don't think you need to worry about it that much. It's up to you, but I'm generally not overly concerned with my deep in the money calls. What percentage are you in options versus shares? I guess I could do the math. Hold on. Let's see. Like 10%. Just puts cost same like shares. God damn it. BlackRock and Vanguard are laser focused on buying up single family homes in cash, usually at 30 to 50% above the bid. They're going to rent them out and roll those obligations into REITs. Sounds like a good time to get into property management. Just make sure you have the right clients. You mentioned you plan to invest in BlackRock if the market crashes. Are you looking at specific funds? Maybe. You know who will be making the real money is the whoever insures the rent for those property. Utilization it's not an accurate representation of utilization. Don't take Ortex data as is. It can be inaccurate. I highly doubt Ortex has full visibility on the lending pool. Utilization is high. Ever been snowmobiling before? Once? Would you consider a retail investor with more than 1,000 shares of GME a whale? I mean, there are higher than average income or savings bracket. Depends on their cost basis. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, if you bought like last year, you know, 1,000 shares was cheap. Or the year before last. Fuck, even if you bought at 40, 1,000 wasn't that much. You think we'll see the impact of XRT 1300 SI? I already explained this earlier, Bastion. Say I'm 200K in. I have $11, one GME share, a Feb 18 510C, a fractional AMC share, and a Pigeon Whale membership. Am I a whale? Am I the catalyst? Sure. My wife is 350 pounds. Would you consider her a whale? I mean, whatever floats your boat goes to Dan. There's someone for everybody. Supposedly. Also, Feb 11 and 18, approximately 5.8 million calls in today. In the money or near the money. People will cash settle and price will drop from de-hedging. That's my part of my wariness. Yeah, it's possible. But I would say that the influx of call volume is far higher than and most of the calls on bot are, you know, farther dated. Is consolidating at 130 bullish? Fuck yeah. How much is a Pigeon Whale membership? It's $99.99 a month, I think. What benefits does it have over being a billionaire? You get to talk shit on the pores from your own private channel where they can't comment. You get ever so slightly more attention from me. If I added up all my Pigeon Whale membership fees, I could probably afford to buy more than one share. The first time you thought about that? You ever cancel your subscription? It had already renewed. And no, blood in, blood out. Bathe me with your attention. Become a Pigeon Whale and chug champagne with me, everyone. Oh yeah, you also get to at everybody on the Discord. So you're giving your loyal Pigeon Whales attention. If you looked at GGPI today, I'm not gonna fucking do it, Dan, for hire. All right. You know you can still cancel it, right? I can't. So about the coffee grinder. So I have to go. I called them yesterday. There is an update on my coffee grinder. I called them yesterday and they took the grinder that I bought and sold it to someone else. And now they no longer have the grinder that I bought in stock. So they've offered me a credit and I have to go in there and pick out a different grinder, but it seems like bullshit to me. And I'm not very happy about it. I bought the grinder that I bought because I wanted it. I guess I couldn't have expected them to keep it in storage for me forever, but at the same time, they overcharged me for it. So it said $10, says they would walk us down. They didn't. So here's $10. Thank you, Beastlick, for making that bet with yourself and me winning it. I appreciate that. Because it's not said enough anymore. Praise be to VWAP. Hallowed be her name. Billionaires are still better than those drunk calf fetishizing notification sending pigeon whale paper hands. Wow. Just throwing the glove on the table, huh? Yep. I'm just not going to read things in Spanish anymore because I don't know what they mean, Fluffiosa. Unsubbed. Are you including our price increase in the last couple of days for your potential price increase on this run? What do you mean? Our price increase from the last couple of days raises the potential for the upcoming run. I shorted your grinder? Kind of. I messaged you on Discord for Pigeonwheel benefits. Okay. If you want to do it right now, Timothy, you can go to the announcements channel and the instructions are there. Otherwise, I'll get to you as soon as the stream's over, man. Or if you tag the mods in the Discord, they can probably hit you with the instructions for linking your YouTube. Can I have store credit? What was that about? The FTD your grinder. I mean, it's, I don't know. It's confusing. Is it credit for the value you paid, or is it new higher value due to scarcity? The credit is for the value I paid, and they're not really more expensive right now. They're the same price. So I mean, ¿dónde está la biblioteca? Where's the library? It does not mean puts are same as shares. I don't know. Maybe I figured that after holding my money all that time, maybe I would have gotten like an escrow rate of return, something like that. I'm just disappointed with the way they conducted their business. Anything is better than paper handing pigeon whale status. Paper handed pigeon whales are below pores, below Dan's, but still above Dr. K. Yeah. Re-Q to my fellow pigeon whales and my Dans. Lastly, suck it, pores. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel. Good job lording it. You go. I've had a number of stop limit and stop loss orders not be filled. Is that a liquidity issue? You should stop loss should never go unfilled. You on beta blockers? The ticket is going boom boom, and you keep talking calmly without letting it interrupt you. Oh, I don't care that much. I'm not on beta blockers. Nope. Nope. Not saying that. Donde estas las biblioteca? Thank you, Hazlef. Billionaires are still better than this drunken cafe. 7 months already. Shout out to all the billionaires who keep the country club in check. Pro tip to everyone on the Discord: you can mute the pigeon whale chat. No, you can't. If we run up to 145 today, I'll be able to afford a pigeon whale finally. Thank you so much, Blockplane. You guys don't have to FOMO into pigeon whale just because the price goes up. DJ BD, yesterday I sold my first ever cover calls, now on the money, AMC, and bought some puts as well. Fuck my life. Figured I'd throw some more money away and pay you to shame me. Why the fuck not? Thanks for all you do. I mean, it's really gross that you own AMC. But I'm glad you're about to paper hand it. Being kooky. People are just kooky. Ask for a cash discount. I'm gonna bitch at him. Don't worry. I'm gonna complain a bunch. Maybe I'll pull out the I'm a social media influencer line. I'm like, I'm gonna tell my audience about your terrible customer service. Can XRT squeeze? No, not really. Why do you pay for stuff and not pick it up? Well, I wanted it, so I bought it, and then I didn't want to go to Brooklyn. So it sat there. Every time I think you might not be a shill, you go and say something like that. My girlfriend is a biology major and said to look at AGTC. If biology majors made money in the stock markets, they'd stop being biology majors. It looks good. Valuation's growing. Bottomed out after quite a long period. I'd wait for some confirmation at around $3. If it crosses 3 and stabilizes, that's a fairly good shift in its current trend. It might see some higher valuation. You do care, but you are cautiously optimistic because you know Boom Boom is temporary, but MOASS is forever. I love Boom Boom. I don't know what you're talking about. NFT dividend, no. RR for MOASS? Como se llama? How does it feel to know that your conservative peak for this run, OPEX, is about $10 above us? Fantastic. How do they block run-ups? Like 130 now? Short it? I mean, probably not. There's too much slippage. What's that, Fluffiosa? What'd you do? Something about coming and farts to the SEC? Careful. They're into that shit. Do you ever go over your option strategies? If GME goes over GM, I'm not really worried about it. Get real for once. What's your favorite European football club? I don't like sports. Those are limit up orders. The green flashes that you see over here. Have a nice day. Excited for the Copacabana squeeze. Matt Kors sounds like he's trying to sell himself to everyone. Girk sounds like he's gonna drop kick the next person that asks is put same like shares. If we send them some bad Indian food, I think we can see some serious slippage. I wish my camera like tracked my head movement. Why can't it do that? Why can't it just like, is there a thing I can buy for that? Is anybody who's a photographer? Is there some sort of thing that will track my head as I move it? Like if I lean over here, it'll just follow my face. Yes. What? Rent a person to move it for you? Hire, I think is the word you're searching for. I don't need to hire a boy grip. I have Dan's. Is it reasonable to average down my cost basis even though the upcoming events? It's up to you, Alien. I don't know. Do you want your cost basis lower? Hmm. Any TA on this 130 resistance? No. I don't know what that's supposed to be in VWAP down cycle. Hudley IQ. I Google that. That's fucking $800. I'm not buying an $800 webcam. That's ridiculous. No. I don't have a NVIDIA card anymore though. I put my AMD card back in and gave my NVIDIA card to my friend for his birthday. I agree, your future is not in the visual arts. I never intended it to be. I really don't. I really don't use this screen space over here, do I? You know exactly what it means. You know exactly what it meant yesterday behind my dumpster. First of all, not your dumpster, okay? Elitist. Second of all, I don't know what you're talking about. What'd you say, trash? The new video cam fund. Thanks for what you do. Thanks, BWATS. I just replaced my video camera with a slightly better one. I'm not gonna buy an 8. That's fucking ridiculous. Lumina, no, I'm not. I don't want to display myself in 4K. We funded a perm? What makes you think we won't fund a webcam? We paid for a grinder that's $2,000. Yeah, but it was FTD'd on. I'll never buy an Apple product. You make 35K a year from ad revenue, according to that guy in Superstonk, not even counting your Discord money or donations. 800K is chump change. That guy's clearly never made enough money in his life to pay taxes. That's the shittiest part about going from being poor to being rich, is when you're poor, you don't really pay that much in taxes. You can get away with a lot of shit. But when you start making more money, you're just still poor because of taxes. Buying the camera is a business expense. I would hardly define this as a business. What's this VWAP Dan Cycle? What are you going on about now? Danrod, just get a cash refund for your coffee grinder and use that for a new webcam. Folgers grinds that shit for free. That's disgusting. You take it back. Interesting. Adabit returned on SS an hour ago. His Amish work can't have dried up, surely. It's after the harvest or something. I don't know. Thoughts on selling an in the money 125 for March to pick up? I mean, do you want to sell 100 shares for $125? Bit of a risk there because your calls are above the strike of your covered call. I still feel poor. When does that go away? Never. Like I'm still cheap like a poor person. And I make like bad decisions because of it. Like anytime anything costs too like an absurd amount of money, I'm just like, no, I'm not doing that. Like I refuse to buy clothes. Poor people don't buy a $2,000 grinder. That's not true. Okay, it's relative to the money I save. It's like drinking coffee from someone else grinding it for me. Was becoming a YouTuber one of those bad decisions? I initially, like, my year over year dropped, like from April when I first started streaming till like mid-September. My profits, like my yearly profit, dropped off. But after September, I've been actually doing better swing trading than I was doing in the previous year, day trading. So I've had to kind of rethink my strategy, but it's working out so far. Largely because of Caterpillar. Had Caterpillar not done what it did, then I would have lost money this year doing this. I think you have an IQ deficiency, Roberto. Rude. Spy tanking? Oh, cool. Like hard? Or is it just down like 1% and everyone's panicking? This is a pretty big drop. $3. Volume's dying off. Instability. Percentages. Maybe you need a wife? I don't think so, Chubb. For the tax break, I could marry anybody and get that. Similar dual income people pay more. Marriage is overrated. Ask my wife. In my country, there's no capital gains tax. You live in Cyprus or something? Would you marry Ken Griffin for half his money? Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, like, who wouldn't? Chill. If I can stay up late at night and throw all his mayo out. Would you sell out to BlackRock for less than you make day trading? No? Yeah, you just saw off the bedposts, throw out the mayo. Maybe he can be fixed. Interesting. I will. Only a real shill wouldn't marry Ken Griffin for $8 billion. Isn't he worth like 30? Would you sell it to MTV for less than you make day trading? No. Does MTV still exist? Do people still watch TV like with channels? My dad was a mathematician. You never once paid a cent of interest. No cash, no buy. Do YouTube channels on my TV count? No. I'd marry Ken Griffin, log onto his computer, and close all his short positions. I mean, if it's true love, you could just ask. Have you been approached to do or say something yet? Kind of like a shill? I mean, Skillshare and a bunch of like weird crypto and NFT marketplaces that want me to like fucking advertise their products. Obviously, I've told them all to fuck off. I'm in this for two things. MOASS. And what's that stupid fucking mobile game? Raid Shadow Legends. That's what I'm here for. If I pull this pin out, the lava will melt the treasure. Have you ever noticed that that's not even a real game? That the game where you do that does. I would play the fuck out of that game, and it doesn't exist. How does it feel watching the stack bounce off a line you only drew because you drew it? Does line cost same like triangle? Interesting. I don't know. I think when I first started, I used to be very elated when like the price bounced off of where I drew a line. I'd be like, oh, look at me. That's so fucking cool. And now I'm just more indifferent, I suppose. NCJ Industries, thank you for the 99 cents. Canadian. The fuck is an The OTM? Out of mana? Who said I know DFA? Don't listen to anybody who says that. Liars. Patty Mac, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Long Johnson.
Yeah, I've used my Uni pizza oven. It's fucking awesome. It's like the 30-year bond auction, right? Reddit update. And what time is the DFE interview? Bullish on LRC? No. I own some, but I wouldn't say I'm bullish on it. What's worth more right now? Feb 18 510s or the pizza oven? Like right now? I think they're like, I think the oven's like $800 or something. I have the gas one. Like the the big one, the 16-inch, the Coda 16. Was that a CNS dump? No, that was just the fucking market tanking a bit. Ooh, XRT's doing things. It's not. Why the fuck are my calls so far up? Weird volatility spikes in XRT for no fucking reason. If I ever buy a house, I'll build like a brick oven in the backyard, like a proper guinea. Then you guys can make fun of me. My grandpa had one. It's only right that I continue the tradition. Will you make thin, authentic, simple pizzas? Of course, wine cellar. Well, after I start growing grapes in my backyard. You have to grow the grapes first. I don't have a stove. I use a waffle iron for cooking. I hope that's not true. I'm Italian. I'm not Persian or Mexican. I'm part Spanish. Like Spain Spanish. Want to own a winery? No, I fucking hate wine. I'm either buying the pizza oven Friday or spending that money on Feb 18 510s because 510 gang shit. Well, I don't want to know about your guys' initiation rituals. Want to own a distillery? Okay. I knew you weren't Persian when you didn't know what a kebab was. I do though. Isn't that's like the ground meat with the sumac and they put it on the metal thing and grill it? Do you think there will be more when as like as ever been when it was do be like? Thanks for the $3, Ryan. What's the blue line at 130 represent? Hopes and dreams, Jason? Opium. How are you Italian and you hate wine? Isn't that like a crime against your culture? I don't think so. The Italians aren't like connoisseurs of wine, right? Like they just drink the shit because they have grapes. It's not like the French where they're like, oh, look at my wine. It's so great. It's from my wine place. Cool, Steve. Northern Italian or Southern Italian? Both, actually. NJC Industries, thank you again. What's going on with these NJC industry donations? Does anybody know what's happening here? You gotta refine that palette. Shill payments. Money laundering 99 cents Canadian at a time. It's a Ken Griffin shell company. Oh, okay. Well, I guess if we wondered if they were watching. Will your cheese shop employ a really snobby sommelier? Ideally. I haven't heard from Dave in a while, but I know he's listening. I figured it out. The way you spend money on things, you are your own wife. Interesting. I like this. 2-year yields up 113% today. Fuck. Would you like to invest in my butcher shop? No. Why are you opening a butcher shop, Carl? Don't be like that. You're better than that. Just so I can play with my meat all day. That makes sense. And just give me entertainment while trucking hay at work. Thanks. I try to send chat with the donation attachment. Just sends the donation, not the chat. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. Half listening, pretty busy with work. Heard my name though. I knew you were here. We only employ the snobbiest French sommeliers, of course. You got a guy that handles your meat, Anthony W. Is he good at it? You're wearing a Charlie Brown shirt? No, it's just like some stupid fucking, what do they call these? Like baseball shirts or some bullshit? Something of a meat handler myself. Yesterday you said if we closed high, we would have upwards momentum today. You also mentioned you didn't expect movement tomorrow and thought maybe they'd put us back down to max pain. Is that still the sentiment? I don't know. We're up. More up begets more up. So we're losing. We're slowly consolidating upwards. I'd imagine if we have a break from this trend, it'll come next week. And we also have to see how today closes out. Remember, because like the more they push the price up, the more they have to hedge the next day. So the higher we close, the more hedging has to occur. Fleshbrag, the bold. Hey Greg, I think I've interpreted the latest RC tweet. The pinata is the DTCC, and if we beat it with a direct registration stick, like how I beat... Oh god. Incorrect. Does your shirt say juicy on it? I wish. Juicy sweatsuits on like my top 5 items I really want to own. What are the Fed govs called for 100 basis point hike by July? Probably 250 hikes. Okay, we'll see. Explain the significance of call sweeps. Bullish. Bullish bets. I didn't see the Burry tweet. So tired. I'm down to donate for that. Moana? Thank you, Mogans, Cornishon. I appreciate it, man. Any expectation for price movement before Feb 14th? You mean tomorrow? We could keep, I mean, if we close up today, we can continue to have some pretty decent movement tomorrow. A little bit. Fridays are rough though. I think they'd prefer the stock down on a Friday. That was actually my plan after MOASS. If it hits big enough where I never have to work a real job ever again, I'm getting certs as an excuse to drink as much wine as possible. They have like a school for it that you go to. I actually have a pizza steel. I just went to a fab shop and bought a half-inch thick piece of steel. Carbon steel, David. It's tricky to get like a how you have to. Does your oven have a clean cycle? You can break the lock on your oven's clean cycle, and it'll get a lot hotter than like 500 degrees. That's the trick to making good pizza in like a home oven. Super dangerous. Probably violates clauses in your home or renter's insurance, but good pizza. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't that much cheaper, but it was reasonable. I got like a 16-inch by 16-inch piece of steel, like half an inch thick. I'm gonna go try that right now. You told me that you only have a waffle iron. Not appliance advice. Oh, you'll definitely burn your house down. What's your favorite pizza dough, or do you make your own? I make my own. I have the recipe written down, but it's like I forget. 62% hydration, half and half, all purpose and double O flour. Olive oil, salt. Cold proofed 48, 72 hours. Holding the in the money calls forces them to continue hedging or holding that hedge. I wonder if it's normal behavior for me to go to the Chinese restaurant that's downstairs from my apartment and ask them to deep fry some Hot Pockets for me. Like, I'll pay them. I just don't want to own a deep fryer. Totally normal. You should do it. I just want to know what it tastes like. Like, it's got to be better, right? They might get insulted. No, they're pretty cool. I bought 4 egg rolls yesterday, and she told me I was being a fat fuck. So, I appreciate their candor. What's max pain for this week? Max pain today, I think, still at 110. For God's sake, clip the pizza dough recipe. No, I want it to be lost. There's so many things that I don't clip because I don't want anyone to ever hear them again. Like, they're just for the people that were there in that moment. And then they're lost to time. There's a beauty in that, right? I wrote it down, bud. Dick. Don't worry, I've clipped everything. $3 in 5 minutes. What happened? The same kind of shit that happens to GameStop every day. Does a break of this uptrend make you think the upward price movement is over for today? We broke it yesterday too. There's just weird shit going on with the SPY right now. It's like having a frumpy day. Frumpy pigskin. Don't you put yeast in your pizza? Of course. I didn't feel like it was necessary to mention the yeast. It's a given. Rolled some calls last week. Now feeling the FOMO. Enter later at a better price or chase now. Thanks for all the wrinkles. It's up to you. I don't know. I don't know what the price is going to do. Don't ask. If we close up, it means more hedging. There's a reasonable expectation of a push towards max pain on Friday. They don't want people making shitloads of money off zero DTEs. Some Fed guy said something about the rate increase. Unless it comes out of Jerome Powell's chapped, deflated lips, I'm not going to believe it. Do you still believe in MOASS? If something has become a belief system, then it's probably false. I believe in the potential for a short squeeze on GameStop. Will it live up to the hype? It could. If JPOW does a rate increase, I'm seriously backing him for president. I don't even care if he doesn't want to be president. He's still got my vote. I just want full austerity measures. Like Argentina. I want to deal with this like trickling out of debt over the next fucking just shut it down for like 6 months. Danorama, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
Percent chance we test 350 in the next 2 weeks. Based on our current price, less than 10. Well, if they enact full austerity measures, I can take a 6-month vacation and come back to a fresh bull market. Machine signals instead of chart signals. Interesting. Whole Feb 21 affects OPEX. I don't think it'll be that significant. If someone were getting margin called and had to sell off core positions, would it look like what's happening currently on the market? Possibly. But they could also just be sell-offs, which is what happens in a bear market. What are your thoughts for call options moving forward after the OPEX run? I mean, after the OPEX run, usually the price drops. I would wait to confirm a signal that we're continuing up if there's a roll period possible. How do I message you on Discord? I don't see your username. It's just Gherkin. It's not Pi-Fi, if that's the confusing part. Any dark pool data for the day? I don't know. Has Turd messaged me anything? No. He's probably busy. Might be at work. I don't think you need the 4 numbers. Once you join the Discord, you have to wait like 10 minutes to message me, I think. Or to message anybody. Is it better to shids out fards or fards out shids? I don't know. Why are people assuming heavily shorted stocks will run in a crash? Did it happen in 08? The Volkswagen squeeze happened shortly after 08. Seller boxing existed before 08, did it not? Nothing. What the fuck is being seller boxed? Seller boxing. Seller boxing is a tactic used on a defunct equity in order to harvest arbitrage. It is nothing you're watching on an NYSE exchange is being seller boxed. The bat has psychological problems and his DD is shit. He's a conspiratorial nut job that tries to harvest attention by making sweeping claims. He is everything wrong with the community right now. Or they. I don't know the chosen pronouns. I'll just use they. They are. Sounds like we've found the person who wrote the death threats. I wouldn't waste a second of my day. I think the easiest place to find the person who wrote the death threats is the person who posted them. Does the Ortex squeeze signal on GME mean anything? Absolutely not. Is seller boxing same like Fight Club? Maybe. Where are you gonna go on that 6-month vacation? My living room? Hey, that's not me. Oh, interesting. Fake hand bananas? It's getting chilly in here. Shares to borrow down to 25K. Cool. Is the market still dropping? VIX is going. Ooh. 25? Do it. Reverse cup and handle on the SPY. On the daily, reverse cup and handles, much like cup and handles, are a multi-week, like this could be. October, it's a little short of a period. I would say more like a double top. We'll see. This is just some ignited fears of possibly, you can see some value lost. It's an uni pizza oven. That's the one I have. OONI. Yeah, I really like mine. No, we're resisting the downtrend in the market right now, but to what degree? Like they're definitely taking advantage of this opportunity to short. This is an important resistance. I wonder if we stabilize before then. Maybe I should buy some puts. I mean, yeah, if we peak at 140. I mean, that's my conservative estimate for OPEX, Dylan, is 140. How them VIX futures doing? Rocketing? God, I love futures. See, this is the problem, is options are boring to me now. So the only place for me to go is more leverage. I've literally only been around on your streams for a few weeks. Been in on GME for a whole year. I've learned more from these streams than I have in months. Thanks, and everyone. Thanks, Mitchell. I appreciate that, man. What's the high prediction range? Could run as high as like 220, 250. A break of that would be significant, monumental, in fact, and would indicate something else is going on. Like, why OPEX prediction 140? That was the original estimate. We still don't know what price we're going to hit OPEX at. We could drop back to 100 right now. It's unlikely, but it's possible. Or at least fail to the midpoint. I would say a failure to the midpoint would be more likely. So like 108, 110. Back to max pain if the market continues to drop. Some of these fears I feel maybe a little unfounded. And 450 is a fairly strong support. So we'll see. If you yourself and no one else had $1,500 to spend on options, what strike and date would you be looking at with it? I would use an options calculator and plan my position carefully. I would try to at least make what part of it I could afford risk averse as I could make it, because that's not a lot of like upfront capital. And so I would be very cautious with it. I would make sure that I had time and that my strikes weren't too far out of the money. We don't know what's going to happen with Feb 14th. So they could short all of next week into OPEX, or they could pre-hedge OPEX and we could run up all of next week. We just don't know. Still on those snap calls? I mean, why not? They're already worthless. So it's like either they're going to go up or they're not. A breakout's possible here. Snap would really have to move overnight, but potential's there. Also, I already lost all the money I put into them, so I don't really give a shit at this point. It was just a YOLO. All the new people. PyPhi cannot predict price, nor can he predict price action perfectly. His theory provides a conceptual framework to indicate when we expect to see certain price action. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. Accurate. If you had one piece of advice to offer an aspiring day trader that currently makes 6 figures at a job they hate, what would it be? I would make sure that I could make 6 figures day trading before I quit the job that paid me 6 figures. Consistently. I sent you a message on Discord. Why? What are these? Oh, that's super dope. Okay, worthwhile message. These are fucking awesome. That's cool as fuck, man. Oh, it's so much better than when people send me things like penis. Is it boobs? No. It doesn't seem like it would be super easy to just play VIX and make 6 figures without even having a frontal lobe. It seems like that. But no. I think this is the thing lost on people who say options expire worthless. Is that you can still buy GameStop shares temporarily for like $15 a share. Or for a longer period of time for like $30 a share. And lots of them. It's that leverage discussion that's missed out on. It's not, I don't know, it's not talked about enough. Leverage is so important. You guys are literally preventing MOASS. Who? Us? How? This is my favorite shit. It's like, I'm too smooth for options, but let me tell you why DRS is the only way. I like to feed the trolls, though. If you could stop preventing MOASS, that would be nice. My favorite message that I read last night is that I'm trying to get people to buy calls, so I have someone to buy my covered calls. Like, you pick any sentence that shows how little you know. Like, that's even worse than do puts cost same like shares. Do puts cost same like shares? You fuck off, JFresh. Kirk is the market maker. What's the best way, in your opinion, to really learn options and become a real trader? What kind of time frame would you give yourself before you could potentially trade for regular income? A couple years. And in a bear market, maybe even longer, I would recommend looking into paper trading and not risking real capital, and study as much as you can about trading options, option strategies. I swear to God, Popcorn Trader, if you sent me pennies again. All right, that's it. You're getting timed out. Burry getting frothy because his shorts are printing. Gherkin only has donations on his stream so he can fund buying his own covered calls. Fucking chill. Thanks, fuck me in the pants. Appreciate it. I saw the Rick James video, Trina. Thanks. How do I realize gains on my paper trades? You don't. You can't get margin called selling covered calls. Favorite, least favorite thing about streaming? I don't know. It's like fun to talk about the thing I like all day. Least favorite thing? Dealing with like a bunch of ignorant people that have idealized versions of how market mechanics work, trying to tell me the way it is. Can I get margin called for paper trading? Actually, no. Why do politicians like Pelosi buy deep in the money calls of stocks instead of shares with like delta near one? What's the advantage? It's cheaper. If the stock goes up, or if it keeps going up for a long period of time, then you can exercise those very, very cheaply. And if the stock moves against you, if something unexpected happens, you can get out of the position faster than you can get out of shares. Stocks have options have extrinsic value, which a stock does not. So if you have like a deep in the money call versus owning 100 shares, and the stock drops $5, like these 100 shares will lose $5 a share. But this deep in the money call will have other factors that determine its valuation outside of just the price of the underlying. And so while the deep in the money call will experience some loss, it won't experience it to the same extent that 100 shares would. I think that's an easy way of explaining it without getting into the Greeks. The best way to learn market mechanics in detail, read everything the DTCC, the NSCC, FINRA, and the SEC publish. The firm Twitter just posted earnings data prematurely before ER tonight and deleted the tweet within seconds. Has this happened before? What's this mean for the stock? Ripping right now. SEC might halt it. That's against the rules. Thoughts on selling according to tax lots, buy order dates. So if we're holding real shares from last year's buys or we transferred brokers, we sell those real shares last. You would sell those first, right? Like your oldest purchase first. First in, first out. Usually. For like long-term capital gains. I don't know. I'm not a fucking CPA. How did you learn to trade? Trading is a skill, practice. It wasn't very mature of you to time me out. It wasn't very mature of you to send me a message that said secret penis. Why is my option not filling at that price? I don't know. Maybe you have your bid set too low. Just stabilizing. How much of trading skill ever relies on gut feeling, or is that a strict no-no? I mean, only the best plays. It should mostly be a strict no-no, but there are times when I wouldn't say it's a gut feeling. It's that you learn to recognize certain patterns in the market that may not be indicated through traditional analysis. So your shirt says beefcake. How is this skill if it's random? It's not random. It's chaotic. Because it's defined as like a second order chaotic system, so predictions made on it have an influence on the outcome. So future same as deploying $20,000 buying a single option. Sorta. I hate biotech so much. I get burnt on every play. That's why I don't trade it. The only way to like play biotech is to buy in at the bottom and wait and sell when FOMO kicks in. Are you saying the peak for this cycle would be 140? Not necessarily. It depends where we hit OPEX. Yeah, if we're trading back at 100 when we hit OPEX, then, you know, yeah, 140 is the conservative estimate. You know, and I feel like you're all more than capable of going, oh, 110, maybe 150, you know, or 120, maybe 160. There's other factors too that play in, like our gamma maximum if it continues up or if it starts to cap off. You know, we're not likely to cross that for very long. So there's a lot of factors. It's not higher level math. Mean to short, not donate. Get wrecked. Based on FTDs today, do you think they have more than CNS can handle? No, I just think that they're not long, right? Just two, Mitchell. I probably should get a third monitor though with the stream now because it's really fucking annoying having like my other trading window open and then I can't see like chat or like the OBS and stuff. So I'll probably have to get another monitor. I should have done that already. Meet Kevin sold all his stock and is waiting for fear to take over the market before jumping back in. Good for him. That's probably fairly normal at this point. I would say that's a traditional strategy. I mean, has Meat Kevin gone vegetarian? I mean, no, that's not the best way to take advantage of fear coming into the markets, right? The best way to take advantage would be to play the downtrend, then use the profits to buy the bottom. Just pulling your money off the table is usually kind of, I mean, like it's a traditional investment strategy, but it's very basic. I mean, you can actually hold positions and sell like far dated in the money calls. And then, you know, when the market tanks, you can buy those calls back so you don't lose value in the shares that you hold. And then you can use those profits for, you know, buying the dip. You can also play the VIX, things like that. There's a lot of other strategies. I mean, it's just... Does Opera provide live options data? Yeah. If we see signals of them finding a counterparty for the RTP sauce, do you expect to see the price start running up for OPEX futures rollover? Yeah, the futures rollover comes after OPEX. But we would see the price continue up after OPEX. That would be the difference. Does the relatively unchanged VWAP indicate that this was... I mean, this is the low volume drop, yeah. Very. Is paying for Ortex worth it? I don't think so. I'm not a big fan of the idea of diamond handing through it. That puts like, that could put up to like a 10-year window on your investments. SQQQ has been extremely profitable recently. That's ironic because I just made a bunch of money on the TQQQ, which is like its inverse ECF. Ortex is free if you block them on your credit card. No idea who he is. Time scale for Wyckoff, it can be 6 months to a year, 3 months, 6 months, a year. It depends. Why are you trading triple and triple? Here's the problem with that, EJ, is that triple inverse. I mean, I guess if you're buying shares, it's not so bad, but triple inverse and triple leveraged ETFs generally only move significantly when there's a large run or drop. Like the market's volatile right now, so they're okay, but usually it's better just to trade like the QQQ. Like the directly on the primary ETF. Scalping shares. All right. This book has no pictures. Is it fake like shares? Thank you for not roasting me too hard for being a paper-handed bitch. I'll return when I can. I'm still a billionaire. It's okay, Han. Take care of what you gotta take care of. Also, shame. Shame, shame, shame. How could you do this to us? Okay. Don't want to be a shill, but would scalping GME hurt MOASS? It drives liquidity, right? So it helps get rid of FTDs. Are you talking about scalp? If you're scalping with options, it doesn't do shit. Options are delta hedged or not, so scalping would move it up slowly and down variably. I mean, relative to the position. It's not like anybody's scalping with like millions of dollars. DRS same like pigeon whale? What? Greg, it's been about 4 minutes since I asked you for a favor, so it's that time again. Will you make GME go up, please? We stabilized. We're looking okay. Do you think SPY holds its support level of 450 or not? I don't know. It'll depend on if there's another sell-off or not. It looks like it just bounced there. We need to see if it can consolidate and start to recover. Go 3:10 p.m. pump again when CNS goes dark. Maybe. You're just gonna ignore me now? Is that it? What did you say? What are you fucking carrying on about, Popcorn Trader? Why is AMC Twitter just thirst traps with hashtags? I don't know. Explain CNS like I'm 30. Not related to Uncle Bruce. Explain CNS without using the words continuous, net, or settle. Makes FTDs disappear. It's NSCC magic tricks. Explain CNS without words. You can just play the VIX directly, Big Dilly style. VXX, I like VXX a little better than UVXY. They're basically the same though. Do you get annoyed by all these questions? Constantly. We shilling for CNS now? Well, I was describing CNS without using words, gaff. Best lunch ever. I'm explaining the process of making FTDs go poof. Yeah, or popcorn. Yeah, either way. As an SS lurker, you're the best chance we have of learning how to make money instead of bag holding while we wait. Maybe. What do you want to know, Michael? In search of answer from PyFi? What answer to what? Why don't they always use CNS? They do. It runs every night and all day. As a matter of fact, it's only not running for like a few hours of the day. From 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. So those 5 hours. And then from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. or whatever when it finishes. I don't know when it finishes at night. You think I can get a better price on a 120C? Maybe. Maybe not. Do you hold Shiba Inu? Fuck no. Just go buy, like, why would you buy Shiba Inu when you could buy just partial Bitcoin? Sent you a question on Reddit. What the fuck would I ever find that? That's like telling me that you threw a needle into a pile of hay. Just ask the fucking question. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. SHIB will never be worth what Bitcoin's worth. Not in a million years. Not even close. Not even the same realized percentage gain. The people that made money on SHIB already made it. It's over. It's dead. Sadly, I closed my Tesla covered calls and I should have just let them continue to run. Shucks. Tesla cover 100 shares of Tesla properly managed. Same like job. God, I love stock trading. It's just more people should know these things. If I give you 100 shares of Tesla, will you give me a job? No. Can you elaborate on how 100 Teslas equal a job? Okay, so if you go out here and you look at the Tesla option chain, you can sell strikes reasonably out of the money for about, let's see, what's that? Like 950s for about 1400 a week, give or take. It depends, but as long as it stays moderately volatile, there's always a shitload of money to make on it. And if you're good at selling covered calls, you can sell them 10, 20% outside of the current trading price and make like $2,000 a week. Income, so it's not taxed like short-term capital gains. Doesn't strike equal no job? No. Poor man cover calls on Tesla? It's risky. I mean, you can do it, but it's risky. Short-term capital up to a certain point. If you make too much, the tax goes up. And it's not the same as income. Income is taxed differently. I think. Yeah. I don't know. Not an accountant. It should be clear if Shiba Inu market cap of $170 quadrillion. Is that quadrillion or trillion? Trillion. Learn basic TA and invest. No, Sally, that's confusing for people. Why am I looking at Tesla? Ooh. We're doing a red day? Is the market still slipping? Yeah. Drop below 450. That's probably not a good sign. Hmm. Is there a way to hedge or protect your 100 shares if you sell covered calls? You can buy a nearer the money strike. So if you were to say sell a call like a 130 on GME, you could then buy like a 120 or 125 or whatever call, and that'll hedge. So you can sell this and buy this back. It limits your profits, but it hedges it and protects your shares. I just sold an October 21 $900 Tesla cash secured put. Jesus. I think the Fed's hawkishness was a bit overpriced, or the fears of Fed hawkishness were maybe overrealized, and then that that led to the downturn that we saw continue past the SLD period. SLD also had a big effect there, as it does every month. So I think those two things. I think a lot of the interest rate fears are kind of priced in for the most part. With the Fed governor coming out today and saying 0.5 instead of 0.25, I think that's generating a little bit more fear. But 2.5 rates in the next year, I mean, I don't see it happening. What do you suspect the largest age demographic of GME shareholders are? 18 to 35. With the next largest being like 35 to 45. Is SLT today? It's not today. And no, I didn't sell my VIX futures. They're actually not doing badly, but I'm waiting. I mean, I think based on the GDP numbers, it kind of looks like the economy is a bit stagnated right now. So that'll probably generate like an overall bearish trend. But it could take a while to realize it. So I think we're kind of just sideways for now. SLD starts next Wednesday. It should end the following Monday, I believe, right? Yield has already priced in almost 1.6 rate hike on 2 year. That's already priced in. So 2.5s are a foregone conclusion as far as the market cares. Yeah. And I still think that's Segan. I still think that's overly like an overly hawkish expectation. I really don't think the economy is in a position where Powell wants to pump rate hikes in the near term for at least for a long period of time. I think one is basically guaranteed due to the political pressure and to just be like present a face of combating inflation. And I think he's trying to be transparent, but at the same time, I think they're going to try to pull that back rather than go for a second rate hike later in the year. Well, I mean, it's the same, right? So what you see in the, you have to be really careful about how you disseminate information from the media during periods of market uncertainty like this, because there's always going to be a push from both bulls and the bears, right? Like the bears are all screaming, it's burning down, market crash is coming, mark my words, right? And then the bears are saying everything's undervalued, like everything's too expensive at the bottom and it's too cheap at the top. At our current price, is March 18th 140C considered near the money? Near the money is generally considered like at the money, but just not in the money. So it's like near the money strikes right now would be, you know, like 126 through 130 is kind of out of the money. 126, 127. Near the money is usually a delta of 0.5. Like right around 0.5. Sounding like a Fed shill now. Listen, JPOW has done more for meme stocks than any single person on the planet. He's just fucking all the shorts at once with his big federally mandated prowess. I mean, I get it. Whatever pays the bills. They're rattling sabers to have the market correct inflation without hikes. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. PMCCs carry a little bit more risk. And Tesla can run very, very hard. Every day, slip closer to the dans. It scares me. It should. Do you look at swap curves like 530 to gauge the market? Not really. I mean, I look at them, but they don't really factor into my overall assessment that much. I think long tongs will keep this 3-day ascending channel going. Touching bottom now. I mean, everything ran for like the last 2 days. I think a little bit of consolidation is probably fine. I'm not overly concerned. Big May and the money calls coming in. Cool. Is Cat like being bullish on dumpsters? I don't know. I think I got stopped out though. I should check. Where's my phone? Yep. Stopped out. Get the book Options as a Strategic Investment. AJ. I shouldn't have bought back my 140s. Probably not. Could they run SLD early? No, that's not how it works. It's scheduled. Are you going to cover option trading using price action on School of Stack? Probably at some point, yeah. Can you collab with DFA? Probably not. This looks pretty bullish. Let's see if this can break back over this like 452 resistance, 453. That's looks good. Explain a good ratio for a trailing stop on something that moves slow like cat. I usually have like 10%. No, I haven't reached out to DFE. If he didn't have a gag order, I'm sure his lawyer advised him not to communicate about stocks anymore. You think DFE would actually respond if you did reach out? Probably not. I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to try, but I don't want to bother the guy. Everyone else probably does. It's probably annoying as hell. Take the fake humble route to lure him out of hiding. Smart. Hmm. It's a weird order. Any good indication to tell whether this upcoming SLD, maybe like October's bull run, or an extended bear run just prior give way to SLD bull runs? Possibly, yeah. And I'm cautious. I'm trying to be very cautious and conscious conscious of that because although I think the SLD bull run we saw in October was due to the offset from the holiday. Hmm. I agree, Carl. DFV left on the perfect note. Full bull, ready to rock and roll. That's up to you. I mean, you're asking me about how you should trade your options first name, and I can't tell you, man. You got to figure that out yourself. I don't like this theta concept. How do I turn it off? End of day pull. It's been way too long. It hasn't. And also, nothing's happening. End of day pulls are only exciting when the price is doing crazy shit. Not when we've essentially stopped trading volume slightly below VWAP. I'm not showing off the wrists for fucking 1% gains. Get out of here, Korg. Supplemental liquidity deposits. What's the price of no return for us? 5, 6. Probably, yeah. It'd be pretty hard to bring it. Yeah. I mean, they could. 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, higher. I think the gaps that we left on the way are anything to worry about. Probably not. The amount of money DFB probably makes on CCs is amazing. There's no reason to sell his position. Yeah, exactly. The income from a position that large alone kind of means that no one would ever sell it. At least not, definitely not at these fucking prices. Is oiled calves same like prawn? Probably. Does the price right now make you feel like there'll be an after hours run? No. An after hours run might make me feel like there'd be an after hours run. It's an okay volume spike. Probably just hedging. There's not a lot of price movement from it. When does CNS cut off? 310-ish. They don't actually have a specific time listed. It's just the estimate is 3:10 p.m. Does the price right now make you feel like the price is wrong? Yes. Like, what an odd question. How do you feel about going dough cheese sauce versus dough sauce cheese? Ugh. Cheese on top. There's also a fourth way. You can have cheese and sauce simultaneously in the top layer, but you need the Maillard reaction to occur on the proteins in the cheese. It's where the deliciousness comes from. Does the price action today most closely resemble your medium FTDs graph? Probably. I don't remember what I drew on it. I think the price action today mostly represents the market to some extent. I mean, we outperformed the market, but yeah, I mean, this is following the market trend with FTDs, right? So that's why we're up more, essentially. That's why we've held. I've been to DeFara's. The fuck is Donaire? Who the fuck puts cheese first? I don't know, that guy. I've been to Mama's too, yeah. It's alright. I don't like it that much. It's gooey duck. Sliced Greek meat. Oh, that shit that they fucking, it's like mashed up lamb and beef. That stuff's fucking garbage. It's a fucking insult to Greek food. Fucking weird ground beef slices. It's not Euro meat. It's what Americans call Euro meat, but it's foul. Bullish on Power Hour, to be honest. Yeah, there's. I think that's what they're referring to. It's like the minced lamb beef breadcrumb mashup that they cook on like the vertical rotisserie. I think euros are traditionally pork. Cooked in the same manner, but it's definitely pork. Been to Greece. It was pork. It was pork everywhere. It's pork and chicken. I had souvlakia that was lamb. Yeah, it's pork. Upgraded membership to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it. We have a guy named Georgios chiming in. We should probably trust him. Greek here, euros is pork. Thank you. Google's fucking wrong, Joseph Wade. Sometimes you have to dig deeper than the initial reveal of a Google search. Somebody who lives in the Midwest. What is a euro? I think you would call it a gyro there. Greece equals pork. America equals lamb. You know that those are also like the company that makes those like ground lamb beef skewers is in Chicago. Kirk equals pork shell. What's the difference between lamb and goat? I've only had goat like twice, but goat's kind of greasy. I'm not a big fan. I like falafel. It's good. Yeah. Gyros. Tzatziki? I mean, it is. Have you ever had biryani? Yeah. I think I'm spoiled because Queens isn't that far from me. Like Astoria, which is like a big Greek community. And I can just go there and get good Greek food. And when you compare that to like that shitty scraped ground meat crap, well, there just isn't one. A firm just crashed down 25%. Cool. Shouldn't have chased it. Astoria. What's a good Greek dish? I really like souvlakia, but moussaka is really good. It's like eggplant. I know what you're talking about. Like, hey, we don't call it donair here, but It's they call it doner in Canada. I know it's like doner kebab. Oh, it's different? What's the difference? I don't really know much about Turkish food. All the Mediterranean food talk and the Fed is crashing the market. Why does everyone always think we're going to halt into close? Why would we halt into close today? There's nothing happening today. It's not special. I'm not a big fan of crawfish. It's just like too much work. Has GME ever even halted into close? Yeah. Last February. I think that's why everyone keeps going on about it. Yeah, I know a firm's dropping. Another pre-CNS dip and rip? I don't know. Opinion on caviar? It's very salty. Do I know what happened to IRNT today? No, I haven't been watching it. I didn't do anything to the stock. We're down 85 cents on the day. Fucking relax. My favorite chef's knife? Probably my Kyoto. Trying to remember the manufacturer's name. Masamoto. It's the best. No, not Miyabi. Yeah, it's Aogami Super Blue #2. I mean, I have both, Chris, son of Dan. I actually just got a Nakiri and a Santoku like last week. Yeah, it's a little harder to sharpen than white, but I like it a lot. I just got a powdered steel Nakiri, and I've never had a powdered steel knife before, so that'll be interesting to try to sharpen. Does your knife have a heart stamped on it? No. Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't have glass stones. You sharpen it like a normal knife or different? You have to use stones. Yeah, I use stones. Like I have ceramic ones. Can I cut a tin can and then a tomato? Power Hour Song FTD? I have T plus 35. I don't know why anybody would be depressed today. The market's down 260 BPS and fucking we're only down 0.55. Like, relax. Were you a chef before day trading? No, I just really like cooking. I worked as like a prep cook at a restaurant when I was a freshman in college. I fucking hated it. You just cook the same shit over and over and over again, standing on your feet in a hot fucking room for like 13 hours a day. It's the worst job on the planet, and they should absolutely be paid more money to do it. Basis points. I didn't work at Chili's. I definitely didn't work at TGI Fridays. I thought you started in the BlackRock lunchroom and just worked my way up. Guys, just remember that if you ever want to make it in the finance world, Larry Fink really likes his steaks Pittsburgh style. Firm halted again. It's going to rip to an all-time high after the halt. That's what backholders always say. Do you believe in happy endings if you pay for them? When's Ortex again? OPEX? Ryan? Feb 18, T+2. Are you gonna make your Power Hour song FTD disappear through CNS? Yeah, I'll just play it twice tomorrow. And I'll be like, it never happened. CNS over, Power Hour can start. You skipped over my Ben Affleck joke. It was probably terrible. Is Pittsburgh style same like blue rare? I think so, yeah. Some bullshit with throwing it on red hot steel or something. I don't know. Gotta go. See you tomorrow, you beautiful grown man. See you later, Ryan. Reverse repurchase agreement. In case you were wondering, the GME floor is now 85 million. Can't wait to break 130 first. Is that website still up? And they paid for more than a year? Pff, bearish. Don't forget to go over the DTCC stuff. Oh, that's later. Ugh. I've already sold 2K in puts on the way. Nice, dude. I mean, I don't really think we've been shorted that hard. We're only like $6 down from our high. Have I gotten up or walked around? I'm gonna take a couple minute break. I'll be right back. Back. Really, John? It'll depend largely on where we end this week. No, I just like walked around for a second. The sort of shirt you were wearing is a Charlie Brown shirt. Is lying under oath a crime? Sometimes. Smooth, the first rule of crime is you have to be prosecuted for a crime first. Then you have to be convicted. Otherwise, no crime. You have to be poor to be convicted. See, Evan knows. What are you thinking about not holding VIX calls overnight? Up to you. Are you up? Do people know that you're a streamer ever refer to us as your little internet friends? No. Most people I know don't know I'm a streamer. It'd be way too much to explain. Any not financial advice on good covered call stocks? I like the expensive ones. I get a cut from behind the dumpster. That's why the Dans are allowed to exist, and I repress the rise up of other factions like the Bregs. I love how people, well, no, it's just funny that like new people drop in here and they're like, they're not members or anything. They're just like, hey man, give me some really valuable investment advice. No. Ooh. I was a big short. Moonwind, they're coming to pick you up, dude. Is the spy dead? Sous vide or reverse sear? Sous vide. If you're selling a 123C, aren't you bearish? I mean, it's hedged. Just can't see what's going to happen. Also, I was bored and I wanted to click buttons. Nope, I'm ignoring Darth. He's timed out. I can't hear him. Big difference between buying a put and selling a covered call. Buying a put means you think it's going to go down. Selling a covered call means you just don't think it's going to go up more. The VIX is spiking pretty hard. I think, remember, this is inversely correlated to price. Praise be to Pickle Daddy. This is clearly between you and Carl. I'm going to stay out of it. Fed Reserve President James Bullard said he's in favor of a 100 basis point interest rate increase by July. Would like to see a balance sheet reduction begin during second quarter. Damn, who paid him off? What are your VIX positions? I have 5 futures contracts at 21.85. And I have options on the VIX index at 25. Oh, and I have VXX at 15 for June. Carl timed me out. I was under the assumption it was you. Damn you, Carl. Damn you. Yeah, it was Carl. I wasn't going to time you out for advertising the damn services. I get 10%. It's like fucking... Maybe Carl's dissatisfied. Maybe we should give him the customer service phone number. Could we get a poll for a random ban? Wait, isn't that just... How does that work? If you vote for it, it's not random. Dicks up, Vix up. Let's go. I'm Rick James, bitch. Fuck yeah, Trina. Thank you so much. Just make everyone happy and start banning the Bregs. I should. For what I can tell, they really only like each other. I don't trust them. I think they're all part of that other shitty server that I don't like. Moonwind, we're coming to get you. Be ready. We're gonna bounce off 120. Fuck your couch. I don't own a couch, Rick James. What's in my living room? I wouldn't call it a living room so much as just part of the rest of my apartment, but there's like a chair and a beanbag. What do you sit on? I don't. I just stand the rest of the day. What is Barbaritos? Okay, now you sound poor. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Sunburn Jones. Cash poor. Fund your couch. Oh, thank you, Rick. Only in New York City, multi-millionaire in a rented apartment. Maybe also San Francisco. London? Wait, who said I was a millionaire? That's not true. Nope. I never said I was a millionaire. Stefan, I only have 20 shares of GameStop. It's like you don't even watch the stream. Thank you, Elena. I could make myself a millionaire, but the price of the stock will dip. That's not what the IRS said, multi-blues. Based on the current GME floor, you're actually a billionaire. We all are. When MOASS happens, will we have to unsubscribe manually from billionaire status, or will that happen automatically? Asking for a Crawford. I can just cancel all the memberships at once, I think. If MOASS happens, I'm not going to paper hand pigeon whale claw range. Diamond handed for all eternity. Could be good news, GME Stonks. I didn't short the stock for you, Moon. The president of the Fed did. Yeah, margin called. Or forget to cancel them and buy yourself another beanbag. Oh, you beautiful, beautiful VIX futures. Ha ha! I love this stuff. I wish the markets were just volatile as fuck all the time. Just up and down like crazy. Fuck market makers. Where are you going to store your VIX on delivery? So crypto? Never. I like to know who's fleecing me. Anyway, crypto is getting derivatives. It'll be just as bad soon. If it's not already worse with the high frequency trading. Gaff, we should start a hedge fund where we just trade futures. We'll start a commodities fund for pickles. Turd can be our supplier. And we'll get an ISDA. They're still going to be hedged, though. I can't wait to hear the term synthetic Bitcoin. You can clear your pickle contract obligations through your parking lot business for additional cash flow. Also gives us, a place to ship our commodities. Gonna get so rich on cucumber futures, parking lots, and synthetic Bitcoin. Ooh, I don't like that. Sorry, Moon. We were just kidding. I just made $7.30 off of that covered call. Teach me. Can we get a stream card that's just Gherkinet's Pro Trader? But like Tony Hawk? No, it's not Grey Pape. Yeah, the VIX is still going up. Kirk's Pro Trader 4 was the best, and everyone knows it. Market's turning around. Mm, it could be. It has a little lower to dip, though. No, don't claw back. I want to wait 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm holding my VIX. I mean, I bought them for SLD Paris. Unless they peak overnight, then I might get rid of them. This chat is moving so fast, people won't know that I ate one of my goats. Popcorn Trader ate one of his goats, everybody. Wish you luck putting all my kids' tuition money on synthetic Bitcoin entropy swap futures. Did your shirt say cow? No. I would wear a shirt that says cow. Lingerie coffee girls. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. What? Those are two things I'm very interested in. Can you tell me more? Do they wait, hold on. Do they roast coffee there? No. That's Folgers. Never mind. Ding ding. Lies. That's very why would somebody work around all of that extremely hot equipment and little to no clothing. That sounds like a good way to get burned. Has anybody ever reported one of these places to OSHA? I've never heard of this in my life. I have a coffee shop near my house. It's got two hipster guys that look like they wax each other's beards. The last time I went in there, one of the guys had a tiny comb, like that big, and he was just combing his beard. And I was like, I don't want to drink coffee now. And I left. Looked like a villain out of a Oriental Express movie. Wearing his grandfather's clothing. It was... I hate that place. I think it's called Last Stop, Gafgarian, implying somehow that they're not a coffee shop for the mornings. And they're not. They actually don't open till noon. I hope they go out of fucking business. They're the worst. Is the market still open? It's closed. I mean, if retail would stop selling all their shares, the price would stop going down. In aftermarket. I don't know why I'm still streaming. Goodbye.